It is 7:03 p.m. on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021, 80th anniversary of Pearl Harbor Day. And we are convening our regular trustee meeting just a few minutes late here at 7:03, as I noted. I'll ask everyone who's able to please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please bow your head. Heavenly Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all those gathered here this evening. Thank you for the abundant blessings that you've bestowed upon us all, Lord. Thank you for life itself. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing those responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom to be able to openly worship you, Lord. But most of all, thank you for loving us. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens should obey the governing authorities, since you are the one that established those authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, Father, we pray for our trustees and township employees and ask that you would graciously grant them the wisdom to govern among the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and needs of our citizens, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. And Father, we pray for personal peace in the lives of all those gathered here tonight. We pray for the agenda set before us tonight, Lord, and ask that you give an assurance as to what would please you, Father, and what would benefit those who work and live in the township. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thanks, Tracy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Porter, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. LaBarbera?
Here.
Mr. James?
I am here.
Mr. Weedman?
Present.
All right, we have minutes from our November 16th, 2021 meeting to take a look at here.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, and just for the record, first we have minutes for the public hearing, followed by minutes from our regular meeting. Was your
Motion to approve the public hearing.
Thank you. And
Second.
any discussion? Mr. Porter, call the roll, please.
Mr. LaBarbera?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
Next, we have the minutes from our November 16th, 2021 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarbera?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
All right, with that out of the way, we have public comments on the agenda. Has anybody signed up, or does anyone wish to make public comments? Yes, ma'am. If you would, at the podium, please state your name and your address, and you've got 4 minutes for comments here. We ask that you be polite and respectful, and let us know what you think.
Thank you. My name is Emily Stupinger. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Strauss Troy, and I'm here on behalf of Viking Partners, who own property at 8044 Montgomery Road. I'm actually here to speak regarding the presentation that you're going to be hearing tonight from Meyer Properties. I'm happy to speak on the issue now, or I'm happy to speak on it after that presentation.
Why don't we have you speak after the presentation, after we hear what they're presenting, and then we're happy to hear as a board comments from anyone interested in addressing
I think that makes more sense, so I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Early?
I did sign up. The list is still out there. I'm Al Early. I live at 8120 Glen Mill Court. Good evening. Here because of kind of a good thing, and that would be the electric aggregation, which goes way back. I used to go to meetings, and I remember back in October of, I guess it was 2020, that there was a workshop and the aggregation was discussed at that time, and it was a good deal. The rates were good, and as we've always done, stayed in it. You get the opt-out letter and you discard it. So I guess when you get to be 75 years old and you're retired, and sometimes you look around for things to do, you go through your electric bills and other things to make sure everything's as it's supposed to be. Well, one of the things I did was to go through and kind of track the aggregation implementation. And what happened was, I guess it was in July that I took a look at it just to see where we were. And again, the aggregation was supposed to run, the 5.49 was supposed to run through June, which it did. And then when the July bill came, which should have reflected the implementation July 1st, actually the August bill, there was no change. So I called I called Dinergy, and I was told at that time, that was, let's see, when was it? That was in August 16th. I was told that the rate change would be effective September the 1st. I scratched my head and I said, that doesn't make sense because it's supposed to be July 1st. And so anyway, I called back in October. Why? Because nothing had changed. No changes once again. I was told the rate was 5.49, and I was told that it was supposed to change. I said I was told it was supposed to change on September 1st, even though it was supposed to change on July the 1st. And anyway, they didn't want to hear that, and what they did was try to switch me to the green energy option, and I said no, I didn't want that. And after a few minutes of discussion, I said, well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to contact the township and to see exactly where we are in here, because it doesn't sound like the aggregation's being implemented. Strangely enough, then, about 6 days later, I got a voicemail message from Mariah, whoever Mariah is with Dinergy, and she said that a refund of $10.39 would be sent. This is petty, but I'll get to that in a minute. And additionally, there would be a refund for September and October once those bills were in place. Well, it's December, and the November bill is history, and that one was correct, by the way. The December bill from Duke showed that the rate increase finally did go into effect. The check is still in the mail, though. So then I'm preparing to come to talk a little bit tonight and share this. I looked at the website, and I see, lo and behold, that Dinergy refund checks, and there was a little blurb about exactly how that was worded, that there were some members of the township's electric aggregation program were overcharged due to an error that occurred when processing the new electric rate in June 2021. There's a lot of back and forth here. And Dinergy will be sending letters with a refund in the form of prepaid MasterCards. Well, that's great. Somebody else caught it. Or maybe it was my phone call to them. I don't know. That's not important. But I got to thinking about this. I thought, it's $10, it's 4 months, $40. And then I thought, wait a minute, how many residents in Sycamore Township are in the aggregation? I have no clue. Is it 50? Is it 500? Is it 5,000? Did all these people lose $40? There's all of a sudden, when you start doing some math here, it's probably about 4th grade math, you're maybe up into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the question is, who's holding them accountable for that? Who knows how many people they mischarged? Everybody? I don't know. But it's that old thing of see something, say something. Yeah, my little $40 is a pittance, but when you aggregate that and to the whole township, I hope somebody's keeping an eye on that and looking to see exactly what's happening. I am a little bit disillusioned, maybe a lot more than a little, with Dinergy, because I think they've done a good job up to now. I mean, they get the electric, and they've had good offers and everything. And but I hope that somebody's following up on this and digs a little bit into the weeds to see exactly, what really did happen here. Maybe somebody knows that already.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to our attention. This is something I had on my list of things to bring up tonight, actually, because I had seen the refund request that they're sending out, or the refunds are sending out with prepaid MasterCards, which I thought was a little odd doing it that way, too. But I know Mr. Warwick had been contacted by others in the township about this, too, and had some contact with them. I'd like to know, too, how many people are affected, how did this happen, and how can we make sure that our contract partner here, essentially, in this aggregation program doesn't do this again to our residents.
When we found out about it, I got a hold of our broker. We have a broker who helps with this. And they immediately got a hold of Dinergy, and the first response was it happened because of COVID. So COVID doesn't take away your ability to do math. And I said, you're going to have to do something about it. And a lot of back and forth. And since Duke does the billing, we said to Duke, just credit these people's bill. And they said, no, we don't do that. So then Dinergy was like, well, I don't know what we can do then. I said, well, you can write checks. And what they decided to do was the gift card route, which is silly, in my opinion, too. That's what they decided to do. They screwed it up. They're going to make it right. I haven't seen a list. I don't know if it's 100% of the people in the program or some of them, but Sycamore Township's program was not the only one. Dynergy, once you,
And thanks for the work on the aggregation of both of them, because it's just one little thing. And one final comment before I go sit down. The people who work the streets for the leaves, I've never seen people work so hard. It's incredible. I know a lot of people come and talk about that. Tracy, those guys work their rear ends off, and rain, whatever, it's incredible. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll
Em.
pass that along.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
And if we could make a request of Dynegy, though, for an update on how many of our residents were affected, and perhaps down the road, how many actually negotiated the prepaid cards they got back, because I suspect some people are going to get those things and think it's junk mail and toss it, and they're never going to see that refund. But Dynegy may be flushing it down the toilet and doing that, because if they're buying prepaid cards, the value's loaded on it then, and it's, what a mess.
I'll check into that and see if I can get a list and report back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other public comments here? Going once, twice, sold. All right. Moving on then here. We have a Citizens Finance Committee presentation from members of the committee.
Good evening. I'm Chris Virgil, Chair of the Citizens Finance Committee of the Township. Joining me this evening are two other members of the committee, Joel Donahoe, Joel's back there, and Steve Ginn. Charlie Gall and Tom Brockman also serve on the committee but are unable to attend the meeting this evening. Ray Warwick, our administrator, also serves as a non-voting member of the committee, and Rob Porter, the Township's fiscal officer, also has an open invitation to attend and participate in all of our meetings, and we appreciate the time that he spent with us over the last, who has near perfect attendance at all of our meetings. And I'd like to thank Jay Janis for his interest in the finances of the township and for his attendance at our meetings. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for allowing us to speak to you this evening. We wanted to take a few minutes to review certain of our accomplishments since our formation in July of last year, and also to discuss the path forward for the committee as we prepare to enter into the new year. But before reviewing the accomplishments, I'd like to remind everyone that all committee members are volunteers with a capital V. We offer our time to serve the community in order to provide insight and advice on matters related to the financial activities of the township. We do not volunteer to serve on the committee to function in any type of audit capacity or any type of oversight capacity of the township, and none of the people on the committee, and I made that clear at the first meeting when I was elected chair, none of the members serve to pursue any personal gains or political agendas. So I want to make that clear. With that said, included in the package and up on the screen now is a list of some of the highlights of the committee over the last year and a half since we were put together in July. The first item on the list, and what I think and what we believe are the most important, was when the committee looked at the adequacy of the township's accounting and financial reporting systems. At that time, the township was utilizing the Buck software, which we believed had a number of limitations, especially in the area of financial reporting. After investigating other financial systems available, what other townships were doing, kind of best practices, the committee made a recommendation to the township trustees in October of last year to switch to the UAN system. This is a system that's put out there by the Ohio Auditor Department. The UAN system was installed earlier this year. The township now enjoys timely and comprehensive monthly financial reporting. This reporting is reviewed by Mr. Warwick with our committee on a monthly basis and with the trustees. Certain of these reports are also made available on the township's website, so they're generally available to the public, which we think is a big step in the right direction. One of the big benefits is that the UAN system allows the township to track its cash spending on a real-time basis down to the fund level, and thereby no longer inadvertently spending unappropriated funds, which it's actually illegal in the state of Ohio. Year-end detailed reconciliations, which is a process the township used to go through, and multiple sizable financial adjustments to fund balances are now a thing of the past because of UAN. So we think that's all great outcomes. Moving on to the second item, the township, or the committee, also reviews the township's annual tax budget and the operating budget. So before the trustees see that, we schedule our meeting just prior to your meeting to go through that, raise questions, make sure that we've got everything in place, and we work closely with Ray to do that. The UAN software is also very helpful in putting together those financial documents, and I believe they'll serve as a very useful management tool for the township's finances going forward. The next item that I wanted to highlight was the investment policy for the township. It was drafted up by the Finance Committee, it was reviewed with Rob Porter, and was approved by the trustees back in July of this year. The former investment policy had not been updated since 1996, and obviously many things had changed in the Ohio Revised Code over that 25-year period, so we brought that investment policy up to date. One of the first things we looked at last year was a detailed review of the town's TIFs. And we felt that was very important because it comprised about $30 million, or two-thirds of the total cash balance or fund balance of the township. So we thought it was very important to take a look at that. One of the outcomes of that review was the preparation of a detailed TIF activity report, which we subsequently provided a copy to the Tax Incentive Review Council for review at their annual meeting in March 2021. And I think they found that very helpful. We're hopeful that this report will be prepared annually and shared with the council to provide more transparency related to the financial activity of the TIFs. Another activity that we undertook was prepared a detailed listing of all the real property that was owned by the township. We did that by combing through the property records of the Hamilton County online. My eyes are still a little bit tired from going through that process earlier this year. That property inventory, I think, is going to be important. We gave a copy to Ray, and it's going to help the township to manage that valuable asset. And then moving along, we also, if you look at our bylaws that were approved by the trustees last year, we were tasked with meeting with the township auditor to review the scope of the audit and the results of the audit. We held that meeting, and has been previously reported to the trustees. There were no issues with the audit, but our plan is to continue to keep that on our agenda going forward. And then finally, this was another recommendation that was made back in October of last year. We took a look at the annual financial statements that the township prepares. And currently the township is issuing what's considered regulatory financial statements, which is really just a cash flow statement. And it's really the lowest level of permitted compliance and disclosure with the state of Ohio. Just given the complexity of the financial transactions of the township and the amount of money that we have invested in our funds, we made a recommendation that the township move to what's called GASB 34, or the next level up in disclosure. We think that presentation is more appropriate for the township. It will include a statement of net assets. So right now, all you have is a cash flow statement. With the GASB 34, you'll have a full statement of net assets. All of the assets of the township will be listed, along with all of the liabilities. Right now, you really can't find those numbers in any of the township's financial statements. It'll also include an expanded footnote disclosure and a management's discussion and analysis of all the year's financial activity. This is really a best practice. If you were to take a look at Deerfield Township's financial statements, you'd get an idea of what we're aiming towards achieving as far as financial disclosure. In summary, many of the committee's activities were geared towards increasing the township's financial transparency to the trustees, to the staff, and most importantly, to the residents of the township. And we hope that you agree that that objective has been accomplished. Clearly, working through these issues, the heavy lifting was done by Ray and the township staff. The committee would like to thank Ray for his dedicated and diligent leadership, and Debbie Campbell for all her efforts in these activities. Looking forward now, we understand that come January 1st, there'll be a change in the makeup of the board. First, we'd like to thank Jim LaBarbera for his 4 years of service. We'd also like to congratulate Tom Wiedemann and Tracy Schwagman on their election to the board. Secondly, we are hopeful that the work of the Finance Committee will be allowed to continue into the new year and beyond. At our last meeting on November 17th, all of the committee members indicated to me their interest in continuing to serve on the Finance Committee. However, the Finance Committee can only be effective if it continues to have the full support and cooperation of all of the trustees, the fiscal officer, and the township administrator. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Finance Committee asking for that support and cooperation as we enter into the new year. Also, I would add, to date, we've pretty much set our own agenda, and we'd be more than happy to add any agenda items to our meeting that the trustees would like us to take a look at. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I or any of the other committee members would answer any questions you might have regarding our activities.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for all the information. Thanks for all of you on the committee have done. Joel as well, Steve, and the members who aren't here too. You guys have put a lot of time in this as volunteers, and it's very much appreciated. And I hope it's been helpful to Mr. Porter. I know getting the investment policy updated has been an important thing that we've done, and I'm sure you appreciate your work on that. Does anyone have any questions for the committee?
Just, Chris, I want to thank you and your committee, and I also hope the board continues to keep you and support you in the coming year. And this was a great step forward in transparency, too. Thank you.
I would agree with you. Thank you for those kind words. Again, any items that the trustees or the staff would like us to look at, we'd be happy to add it to our agenda and take a look at it as we go into next year. Thanks
Chris,
for your
I would
time.
also like to, thank you for your volunteer work and the volunteer work of the committee. I especially appreciate you looking at updating the investment policy. That was outdated and did need to be updated, and I think you did the lion's share of that and did a very good job on that.
Appreciate that.
However, I must strongly disagree with you about the efficacy of the UAN accounting project. I think that was an unmitigated disaster. The additional cost to the township was over $100,000. There was a individual who's still here trying to get us to get that together. I think that was money that could have been spent on a festival or any other numerous projects in the township that would have benefited the residents more. As you know, I opposed that from the very beginning. I had known from talking to other fiscal officers that it is just a cumbersome and not very effective way of handling the accounting. The people that actually do the reporting and the accounting do not like it. The committee was not going to hear that from me or from the other people that did that, and just really, unfortunately, went along with what Ray wanted to see happen here. I was unable to convince the trustees or you otherwise of that, of which I'm sorry that you didn't listen to me. But
Yeah.
and then the other thing is, I think really the Debbie and the staff here are really responsible for a lot of the tracking down the real estate ownership, checking the records for that, and putting together the tax increment financial reports. I know that's something that Debbie does out of my office, and she really has done that every year, and it's been done very well. So I appreciate the the work that you volunteers have done in looking at that and looking at the budgets, but I think the credit really ought to go to the administration and staff here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did say that in my comments, that they did the
Well, I
lifting
just
on
want
it.
to emphasize.
Yeah,
that.
I agree with that. I would say that before I went on to the committee, when I was thinking about volunteering, I went back and looked at the videos of the prior meetings and read the minutes, and I saw very limited financial disclosure or financial statements other than the year-end audited statements. So the first thing we looked at when we went into our first meeting, I said, okay, Ray, let's see the financial statements for the month. Let's see the fund activity. Let's see the bank reconciliations. And very limited information available. We sat down with the accountant that we use, and he showed me his work papers, and they went on for pages and pages of adjustments, and some of the stuff we looked at had negative fund balances.
Have you
So-
been following during the year the number of adjustments we have every meeting? That has actually increased more than it has in the previous
Yeah,
years.
I guess we could talk about it offline, but what we're doing now is we're identifying where we're overspending and need to make further appropriations, and the trustees are getting a chance to vote on that real time, as opposed to waiting to the end of the year and after all the money has been spent, going back and reappropriating. And at that point, if you didn't want to spend it, well, guess what? It's already been spent. Regarding the implementation, I would say that my understanding is that the state didn't have the resources available to help with the implementation that their marketing said they would have, and that's kind of a first come, first serve. And if they're implementing other places, they have limited staff. We have limited staff here, so in order to get the implementation done, we had to go to an outside third party. And I would say there was, my understanding, less than full support internally in getting the implementation done. So I think all that added to the extra time and effort. At the end of the day, all those expenditures were presented to the trustees and approved by the trustees. So I think we're in a much better place today. We can go into meetings and we can review finances, we can look at budgets, we can see where the funds stand.
I will jump in as a trustee and say also, I very much appreciate the reporting we are getting now, so we do get a better snapshot each month of what's going on. And whether the people inputting that data find it troubling or cumbersome or not, the people who are the ones who are tasked with the fiduciary responsibility of managing and acting upon those things, I think we appreciate the reporting we are getting, although it may be a burden on the staff to do some of this, certainly during the transition. But it's very useful. It's much easier to follow a purchase order, frankly, too, just in the formatting that it comes out in from UAN. The reporting we're getting is good, but obviously it's been a rough transition for a lot of reasons. I appreciate the committee's work, though, in trying to help smooth some of this and make it work, and help you and help us and help the community in making this more transparent, because I think that's everyone's goal, I hope, is to be more transparent in all of this, too. So, thank you, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move on here then. Now we have a presentation as to the Greens of Kenwood project, and we'll have a response to that, I understand, as well. So, all right. If you would identify yourself first for the record.
I will do that. I'm Rusty Myers. I live at 11998 Bright Silks Lane, proud resident of the township. And I'm just thrilled to be here tonight to talk about this exciting project for the township. Being a resident and seeing new projects help expand and grow our township is just thrilling. As a little background, I'm Executive Vice President for JLL. I'm the leasing agent for Nair Properties on the project. And you've probably seen me in the past. I was the leasing agent for the tower, the Kenwood Collection building, the office tower at the Kenwood Collection for the Redstone project. Going way back in my past with Tipton, we did the North Creek project. I told people I can tell I'm old because now I have a project that was demolished that I worked on. So, but have been involved in many projects in the township and thrilled to see things continue to grow and thrive in the township. The project that we have in front of you tonight is a project for a very, it's a global tenant that we're working with, AA credit, somebody who we would all be thrilled to have in the township. And what they're looking for is basically their own statement building. And so we have a project that we're going to propose. It's a 50,000 square foot building at the Greens. And we have some renderings that I'm going to run through with you. But the real key to this whole project is, as you all know, the office market due to COVID is turbulent, to say the least. Lots of companies are contracting, not expanding. And we have a really unique opportunity here with, again, a very, very important tenant that can bring jobs to the township. Right now, it's designed for about 225 people that will be in the building. We're estimating about a $20 million payroll for the company in the building. So again, we look at this big picture is really a win-win all the way around. This is going to be a statement building right on I-71. You all know the site, one of the most prominent and most visible sites in the township, really a front door site for us. And we think, as I walk through the architecture with you, that this will be one of the most beautiful buildings in Cincinnati once it's completed. So let me walk through just the site plan to orient you a little bit. The building that's grayed out is the Hampton Inn building to the north of our building, and then obviously the one to the east is the FBI building. But as you approach this building, you'll kind of rise up to the entry, which will be really the main point of entry for clients and visitors to the building. Underneath the building will be one level of parking. And if we can go to kind of the next slide. This shows a little bit of the elevation. So right at the interstate, it's very prominent, sitting up a little bit where our trailer now with our leasing sign is sitting. And then as you go basically around to the east or northeast of the building, you'll get to the back parking garage. So again, 3-story building, very prominent on the interstate. And the other thing, I'm thrilled to be working with Mark Costandi as the design architect on the project. Mark was our design architect for the Redstone project. I'll toot his horn a little bit since he's not here. I think he's one of the best, most talented architects in our city, especially from a concept and a design standpoint. And you'll see that as we walk through the building a little bit.
So as we're looking at this view, I-71's on the right, FBI
That's
building's
correct.
back on the left.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So this would be the view if you're heading southbound on 71. This is what you'd be looking at. And then if we can kind of go to the next slide, this is really the close-up elevation of the building as you approach up the driveway. So it's really, and when my father was an architect, so not that I have any architectural talent whatsoever, but a design aesthetic. When you look at this building, it's timeless, and I think it's, again, in context of all of the buildings in Cincinnati, it's going to be one of the most beautiful and prominent on 71. Some of the design elements that I'll walk through just quickly. There's a wood element to the building that really will be one of the design features, along with metal panels on the building. And then the curtain wall glass of this building is full height floor to ceiling. So when you're inside the building, it's basically just a window of glass that you're looking at, which is one of the features that the tenant particularly wants, all of that natural light coming into the building. So a lot of green elements designed into the building. And again, the footprint's about 16,500 square feet, roughly 50,000 square foot building. That's really kind of design-wise why I get so excited, because this is going to be, again, really a focal point for the township, one of the most prominent sites that we have. And then a little bit about the tenant. Again, they're a global company. About 225 will be the head count in the building, AA credit. And what's exciting here, again, I look at this site, it's been sitting fallow since 2007. And going back to my age, I used to enjoy going to lunch at the old Harley Hotel because they had a big basket of bread. And I was starting out in my career not with a lot of money, and that was kind of my lunch. I would snack on their bread, buy a $2.50 salad, and I thought I was in hog heaven. But really, nothing's happened on this site since 2007. And being an office guy, I look at this site and say, hey, this is a once in a decade, 2-decade opportunity that we can really put a quality building, quality tenant on the site. And my fear is if we don't do this, that we'll be sitting here 15 years from now with still nothing on this site, just because of the way the office market's going these days. So with that, really what we're here is just to introduce the project. What we're really going to be coming back and asking the trustees for is for a TIF to support this project. It would be a project TIF that basically it's just the TIF dollars that are coming off of this project would be used for part of the public infrastructure for the project, primarily the entry drives and garage. So the total TIF would be about a $3.4 million bond that would be issued. Roughly 2.9 of that would go into the public infrastructure piece of the project. So that's kind of the overall project and what we're looking for the township to help support the project.
There's an existing TIF in the project anyway. Is this
There is.
an outgrowth of that you're looking for?
Yes, yes. So it would basically be the TIF revenue coming off of the FBI building, the Hampton Inn building, and this building. And it would be just that excess TIF proceeds that are coming off of that TIF, the project TIF, that we would use to support the bonds.
Now, I understand back when that TIF was set up, the vision was for, I think, a larger single building there, and then a few years ago for 2 mid-sized buildings. Now we're down to a smaller building there. Times obviously have changed in terms of commercial real estate several times since this project has been undertaken, but we're looking at a lot smaller building now,
We
basically,
are.
for more money, it sounds like.
Well, we still do have the opportunity to do another building once we have this building completed. But yes, we can only do what the market will bear at any given point in time, as we all know. And this is just such a unique opportunity to have this kind of quality tenant and building that, yes, it is a smaller building, but we do have the opportunity, as the market would dictate, to do another building and potentially another bigger building.
Rusty, are you suggesting that this is a tenant that's new to Sycamore Township?
They asked that we not disclose who they are, so.
I had another question about some things I saw in the proposal, and in another version of it I saw from someone else this week too, that I understand there's a plan for the port to own the parking deck and for them to float the bonds on the other hand too, which
That's
means
correct.
risks on them, not on
That's
us,
correct.
which is wonderful. I'm happy for others to bear the risk there.
Right.
But if I read something in there right, is there a plan for the building to be owned by the port also?
No, the
Okay,
building will
what
not be
else
owned
on the
by port.
project would be port-owned? Because there was some mention of a structural lease plan. Or maybe
Yeah,
a term.
basically it would be structured very similar to the way we did Redstone, where the garage itself is owned by the port, and with Redstone, it's owned by the township. And then basically it would be the building air rights above that would be the private ownership.
So when the TIF expires, it's taxable property, not
Correct.
publicly. Okay, that was one of my
Correct.
concerns.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the garage, obviously all the maintenance, repair, and all of that goes with the owner of the building as part of the management agreement for the garage.
Rusty, can I ask that question a different way?
Sure.
Without giving us the name of the company to protect our privacy, can you tell us with certainty that this is a new tenant, these are new jobs coming to Sycamore Township?
I just can't disclose that based on what they've asked.
Okay.
Any other questions from
Yeah,
the
if
trustees?
if this potential tenant doesn't go, there's a possibility that that tenant, if that tenant is in our area, would leave our area. there was they're pretty much sold on your concept.
We have been told that this is where they want to be. They have said, this is the building that we want. I mean, as we all know, there are lots of buildings that are proposed all around town. There's a new building in Blue Ash, new building in Montgomery. So, you know, they, I'm sure, looked at the whole market and looked at all the opportunities, but we're fortunate enough that this is where they would like to be.
Has the tenant, if you can answer, has the potential tenant represented to you that if this doesn't go through, they are staying where they might be now as opposed to
They
moving
haven't told
elsewhere?
us anything like that, other than this is where they want to be.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Miller. What is the process here? This is just an overview presentation, obviously, as to the plan here, but this is sort of special territory with what's already in place there with the TIF already. What has to happen if this project were to go forward?
So my initial review and reaction to this plan, based on how the site has been reconfigured in past zone changes or zoning reviews, this would warrant a major adjustment to the PUD. It's essentially the same process that we did in 2019 when I believe the buildings were first reduced.
And so that process entails what? Go to
That would
zoning
be
commission?
an application and a PUD proposal to essentially a new proposal to zoning commission for a recommendation, and then final review and potential approval by board of trustees.
So
You're looking at, from start to finish, approximately 60 days, give or take.
okay. All right. Anything else to present this?
No,
Scarlett?
no, again, we just wanted to introduce the project, make you aware of kind of the exciting opportunity that we have here tonight, so,
All right. Well, thank you very much.
thank you. Thanks.
And I understand, Emily, I'm sorry, your last name again?
It's Supinger.
Supinger, thank you. If
Thank
you
you.
had something you'd like to address here also, if you could do so briefly, please.
I can move the slides if you want.
I would. I don't need the slides.
Okay.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned, my name's Emily Supinger. I'm with the law firm of Strauss Troy, and I represent Viking Partners, who own the office building at 8044 Montgomery Road, which is a 400,000 square foot office building. My client has reason to believe that the tenant, who has gone unnamed, is their tenant, and is a very desirable tenant. It's a desirable tenant for my client to have in their office building, and they're actively negotiating their lease. I think this issue of who the tenant is something that's critical for the township trustees to know before they make any modification to the existing service agreement for the TIF, which requires Nair Properties to build a 200,000 square foot, to build 200 square foot of office space on the site. Assuming that we're talking about the same tenant, that tenant can be accommodated in their current building. My client's in active negotiations with that tenant to contract their space and provide to them the space that they need for their business. Moving one tenant from one office building within a JED to another office building within the same JED is just rearranging the deck chairs. It's not accomplishing anything for the township. It's not generating any new revenue. It's not generating any new income tax. Viking Partners has invested over $6 million into their building to make upgrades and improve it without any public contribution. It's all private dollars, and it shouldn't be punished for doing that. And frankly, if the township makes the concessions that will be needed to accommodate Nair Properties' requests, the township will be in the position of picking winners and losers in this case, which is really not something the township should be doing. Another point I'd like to make is that I think it's important, and I know the trustees are well aware. I reviewed the public records that I've requested, and I appreciate very much how quickly they were provided. Really made this a lot easier. But the way this TIF and this project has contracted over the last decade or so is something that I think that we need to keep in mind. The original plan for this was a 7-story, 160-room hotel and a 9-story, 266,000 square foot office building. In 2006, NIRE requested and was given a modification to have a smaller sized hotel. In 2017, NIRE proposed putting a Mercedes-Benz dealership on the property instead of an office building, which was denied. And in 2019, they requested a modification to the site plan for a 4-story, 100,000 square foot office building. And the township ultimately approved an amendment for 2 100,000 square foot office buildings, which would still meet the requirement for the 200,000 square feet under the service agreement. But what's interesting is when that went through, the comments that were made by the township's own staff regarding that request, which were contained in the Zoning Commission staff report. And I would just like to tell you that this is what your staff had to say about that request. As with the rest of the developer's previous request, this one falls short of meeting what was agreed upon between them and the township. Case 2013-01 MA, the approved hotel was to have 160 rooms and be 7 stories tall. In return for our TIF guarantee dollars, we received a 5-story hotel with 118 rooms. In addition, case 2009-04 MA approved a 9-story, 266,000 square foot office building and a 3-story above grade parking deck. The applicant is now proposing a single 100,000 square foot office building with associated parking. Quite a big difference, but they are requesting the final TIF payment and only proposing to build 100,000 square feet of the 266,000 square feet office space. They will not guarantee the second building, and if it was built, it will still fall short of the 266,000 square foot office they agreed to build. The applicant has said they are ready to begin this project as soon as approved, but based on the submitted documents, only the plat of survey is ready to review. Overall, based on what was officially promised and what is now on the table, there's a 26% reduction in the hotel size and an 81% reduction in the amount of office space that is being proposed to be built. This does not benefit the township and is not a responsible use of the TIF funds. I'll also note that while it is nice for the Port Authority, if we go down this road, while it is nice for the Port Authority to issue the bonds, it does take that off the township's back. Having the port issue bonds, as I'm sure you're aware, is very expensive. The administrative costs are very high, which results in less money being able to be available for public infrastructure for the project. And finally, the last comment I'd like to make is the process. I think if the township trustees decide that they want to explore this proposal further, it needs to be fully vetted. It needs to go back to the zoning commission for site plan review, for a major modification to the PUD. And I think that that any recommendation that comes before the board should be considered before the trustees decide to make any amendment to the existing service agreement. So those are all the comments I have. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from anyone? I assume your client would be equally opposed, on the other hand, if there were a 400,000 square foot building going up on the site because of the tenant? Or
No, I don't, and my client's here, happy to answer.
Do you want me to speak?
if you like, sure. Yeah.
My name's Steve Miller. I'm a partner, owner of Viking Partners. We purchased this property about 4 years ago, paid $85 million for it. We're not opposed to development. We own over 5 million square feet of office properties throughout the Midwest and Southeast. We believe it's a competitive environment. All we're simply saying is they have an agreement with the township, and we don't think that the agreement should be modified because we don't think there's a benefit to the township. The tenant is UBS. I can tell you the tenant's UBS. We're actively negotiating with UBS. We have been. They're currently in 75,000 square feet. They want to reduce their size to 50,000 square feet. If they wanted to go to 100,000 square feet and we couldn't accommodate them, I would fully understand that, and I would expect them to leave, and I would understand your guys as the trustees' desire to modify the TIF to accommodate them. I don't believe that's the case. We have an extremely competitive marketplace right now. We've made them an extremely competitive offer.
I don't know whose choice is first, whether it's theirs or ours. But I do know that we don't think that the township should be in the business of picking winners and losers. If they're prepared to build what's under the agreement, then we would not oppose that.
I think my question came across more pointed than I intended, by the way, and I
No,
apologize for
no,
that.
I didn't take it that way at all.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're not opposed to new development. We're not opposed to anybody building a building if they can do it, then you know, and the agreement provides for it, then we would not be here. But I think for them to build a 50,000 square foot building, I don't know how you could build a second building after that, because the way the infrastructure would be worked and the parking garage would be built, there wouldn't be parking to accommodate a second building unless somehow you built a larger parking garage than what was needed for the first building, and I don't think that's the case.
And you have to remember, they have an obligation to the hotel for 100, I want to say, if my memory serves me correctly, 108 parking spaces for that hotel. So they're either going to put them in a garage at $30,000 a space, or in this case, they're going to obviously park them on the surface. But at some point, if they're going to put a building on that property where 2B currently stands, they're going to have to build out 108 spaces to accommodate the hotel as well. So, and that's been a discussion that we've had for quite some time. I know Mr. DeBrosi looks a little confused there with that look on his face, suggesting that maybe my numbers are wrong, but I think they're quite accurate.
Well, we certainly don't want to get into a full hearing on this at the stage that it's at here, and it does need to go through the zoning commission process before it would ever come to the trustees for considering all of these things. Let me ask, though, is there any further information about the parking to provide, since that question was raised, and then we'll move on?
Yes, there has to be parking for the hotel, but we have the plan that can do it. Parking can be added. So it's
In a garage.
sir, there's more surface that can be added as well on the side, in addition to a garage.
Okay, and if the microphone didn't pick that up, Mr. DeBrosi said there's more surface that could be used for parking as well. I think we can end the discussion
Yep,
there.
I agree.
This will be,
I want to just say one other thing. This tenant is actively negotiating on 2 other sites also within the township. So there are options. They are looking at multiple options. I mean, they are trying to get the best deal that they can get for themselves.
And for the record, I do understand they want to stay in the township.
yeah,
So
and that's a good thing.
We have been told that's not the case. That they aren't negotiating to other buildings in the township. My fear, I'm an office guy, and there are other options outside the township as well. But my fear would be they leave the township if in fact they were here. But there are a lot of other buildings, and Construct Connect just gave up 63,000 square feet of Brookwood Commons in exchange. So there are other options outside the township.
Well, this proposal will go through the process, and we'll have an opportunity to look at it and have public hearings and so forth. Mr. LaBarbera, did you have a question or a comment, though?
Well, I hope we don't, I hope that we don't lose this tenant for the township. That's what I hope. I know there's a game going on right now.
I don't think retention is the issue here. That's our understanding. But I agree with you. You don't want to lose a business in your township.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very
everyone.
much for your time.
Thank you.
It would be nice to hear from the tenant at some point. That might help us direct some of our energies and efforts.
Yes and no. On the other hand, we don't want to be getting in the middle of
No, I
who
agree.
wins, anything like that. We just want to do what's best for the township,
Yep.
financially, building-wise, and so forth. So, but, yeah. All right. Moving on then. It is just before 8 p.m. now. Let's see. So, thank you, everyone. And you're welcome to go, or you can stay for the fun here if you like. Okay.
We'll get out of your way. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Thanks for coming. Sheriff's Patrol report. What do we have tonight?
We have nothing specific to report. Short and sweet. Thank you.
No fights at the mall this year or any of that?
Always fights at the mall. Nothing that raises to the level for us.
Very good. Okay, that's good to hear. Any questions about that from anyone? Nope. All right, let's move on to EMS and Fire Report then. Chief, what have you got?
a couple things, but I'll try to be quick. We do have booster shots available. If anybody needs one, our guy will be there tomorrow till 6 o'clock in the evening to give the booster shot. So we have enough right now. So if anybody needs one, just let me know. And then our North Fire Station alarm system has been totally rebuilt, and it's up in operation. So both stations are fully protected there. We received a $1,000 donation from Lidell Chemical that we will be putting toward purchasing smoke detectors, having that smoke detector program continue, and at one point or another, we'll be probably doing a photo op with them for their recognition of the donation. I want to bring you up to date on one thing. Back, I think June or July, we had to take the parking garage out of service at 8740 Montgomery Road. It was the old Willie's building where Willie's used to be there. They have kind of a unique situation where the parking under the building and extends over the creek, and it's being held up by metal pillars and rotted out concrete. They had it inspected and it failed the inspection. We had to close that area off. No vehicles on it. It is at a verge of collapsing. So the owners know about it. They've been trying to work with it, but then we did receive an email from them a couple days ago that they've been talking to a number of structural bridge engineers and contractors, and because of the shortage in labor and materials, they're looking at 1 to 2 years before they can even do anything with that place. So they basically reached out to, if we know anybody that's a bridge builder or a contractor that might be able to chime in. I don't know if Tracy know any bridge builders, but if we knew anybody that maybe could contribute to their cause, to let them know. But they got kind of a predicament because that parking area is a big part of their operation.
What about the building overhang over
It's on ground. The building itself's on solid ground. It's just the parking lot behind it.
So this is not the underneath parking, it's the beyond that.
Right. Yeah, the underneath parking is there, but you can't get to it without driving over the elevated part. So they're
So
kind
it's
of.
shut down.
Mhm.
That leaves Enterprise Rent-A-Car in a bit of a predicament too.
Yeah.
Because they store stuff
Yeah.
over there.
So, we originally thought this would be something, get it fixed and we'll all move on, but it's become a little more complicated, so I figured I'd better let you guys know that this is happening. So, and then the last thing I have is the old dually pickup truck and that 28-foot trailer that we have at the North Station. We're wanting to see if we can put that on Gov Deals and liquidate those, get those out of there. We already replaced the pickup truck with a new pickup, and I offered the trailer to Tracy, but they don't want it. It's too big of a trailer for them. It is a cumbersome trailer. You have to have the stabilizers and everything to haul it. So we're just going to get rid of it. So we just need to do a resolution to sell those two things.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to do it tonight, but we can get it together for the next meeting. But that's something on our radar that we'll want to.
Sure, if we have no use for it. Then
Yeah, get rid of those.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
Any questions for the chief? All right, let's move on again then. Roads maintenance and recreation. Tracy, what you got?
Okay, I do not have a recreation report. Mr. Petty is not here. They were scheduled to have a meeting last night. There was some disagreement. That meeting had been moved from the 22nd to the 6th. I talked to Mr. Desai, said that was a date change and that we could do it with a 24-hour notice on our website. Mr. Janis said we were wrong and it was an illegal meeting, so he left the meeting and we did not have a quorum, so we did not have a meeting. So none of the business that was on the agenda was discussed. It may have been discussed, but obviously there was no decisions made because they didn't have a quorum.
Let's pause there for a moment, Mr. Desai. Could you address what the rules are and or not for meetings like that? Is it as simple as Tracy said. For example, the Parks Committee is not truly a decision-making body, it's an advisory body, but we want them to advise, of course, and to meet publicly and be transparent. What are the rules?
So, I mean, you pointed out correctly that technically if we wanted to take the position that we don't have to do that meeting per the Open Meetings Act, we could make that argument. Our general rule here in the township has been that we try to keep things transparent. We try to keep everything open to the public, so we follow the open meetings protocol for that body. There's also, as you know, a body of case law that suggests that quasi decision-making recommendation type committees can be considered public bodies. The specific issue, obviously, for the township's never been litigated, hopefully never will be. And, you know, it's one of those areas where it's just easier to say, we're going to follow the Open Meetings Act. So the discussion that has taken place, not just with Mr. Kellums, but Mr. Petty, has been along the lines of just set a regular meeting date, just like the board does. Set a regular meeting date, and that meeting date is on your calendar. If you change that meeting date, it's going to be a special meeting, and just notice it as such. You're supposed to provide advance notice, 24 hours notice, and then the other restriction is that you can't deviate from what's on the agenda at a special meeting where you can at more of an open, regularly scheduled meeting. So that's what the township is going to do moving forward. It's going to post anytime there is not a regular meeting. It's going to post that they're going to have a special meeting on whatever date. They're then going to put out an agenda, and that agenda then will dictate what they do at the meeting. Just some practicalities, because one of the things that I think all of us learn after we get our degrees and get out in the real world is there is pragmatism. So Mr. Petty's job is not to run the Parks Advisory Committee as the only thing he does in the township. Mr. Petty is actually a physical laborer out in the township. Much like you heard the gentleman talk tonight about the people collecting leaves, he is actually out there working in the trenches for the betterment of the township. So sometimes this agenda, putting an agenda together, worrying about the technicalities of the Open Meetings Act, it's not the township's priority because it's not the residents' priority. The residents want the maintenance department doing what the maintenance department does. So Mr. Petty does the best he can to get all those agendas together, but sometimes he is pressed for time. And that may cause him to have to move a meeting because an agenda has not been prepared. More importantly, the committee is not always well attended by its members. Mr. Petty often does not know that until he gets to the meeting that day. So sometimes he shows up expecting to have a meeting, and because there aren't enough of the members there, he can't. So the gentleman is doing the best he can to keep this advisory committee functioning and flowing on a regularly scheduled basis, providing input to the board for the parks. But understand that it's not a board of trustees where you have elected officials. It's not a board where you have paid members. And it's also questionable whether or not he technically has to follow the Open Meetings Act to the letter. We do that simply as a way to make it easy. We do that as a way of transparency. But what Mr. Petty does is often have to adjust on the fly to what happens the actual day and time of the meeting. So I've talked to him. He understands we've got some simple rules. Have a regular meeting date. We have a calendar, as everybody knows, for the zoning commission, the board meetings, and everything else. We're going to put that on the calendar. If for some reason we cannot have the meeting on that date, he's going to ask Ms. Gunderson to put the new date, which will not be the same regular meeting date, and put it out there at least 24 hours in advance, but hopefully more. And the idea of this committee, hopefully, is to do the work that will allow our parks to be some of the best parks you're going to find in Hamilton County.
Question for you. In setting up the charter for the committee, for lack of a better term, I think we did set a quorum requirement in there. Is that a requirement of Ohio law, on the other hand? Could we reduce the quorum requirement to a minimum of 2 members, for example, so that if people just don't show up for a regularly scheduled meeting, but 2 of them are there, they could go forward?
mean, I could look at that. I don't, just off the cuff, I don't think you want to have less than a majority,
Typically not, yeah.
operating as
Yeah.
a quorum. And I think that's really a question for Mr. Petty, because he's the driving force behind keeping that committee going. So I would ask him what he wants to do. But as I've told him, if you don't have a quorum, but you still want to discuss something, you can discuss it. You just can't take any action on it. So I think that would allow them to have the discussion without necessarily changing the quorum to something less.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I understand we have, I think, 4 applicants currently for some openings on the board, so I think we'll be considering that sometime soon, because some of the people have indicated they were leaving by the end of the year. I guess we'll address that in our next meeting.
Just
But-
one person is leaving. Mr. Petty has some dates set up where he's going to interview the 4 individuals that have
Okay.
come in for it.
That's good. It was nice response.
I would suggest also conceivably, if we have all these people who have a passion for being involved in the committee, do we want to look at the composition of the committee in terms of numbers? Have more people, or have alternates attend, or something like that. If people want to help and have ideas, let's not get in their way, So something to think about too.
Yeah, resumes look
And that's
good. Resumes look good.
Yeah.
Resume, very good.
And that's what Jason's always trying to do, to
Yeah.
keep the committee going and do what's best for the township.
Yeah, and he's done a good job of that.
Changing dates to hide anything.
Yeah.
And for the record, it was on the website more than 24 hours in advance.
All right. Well, I'll ask, since he's here, committee member Mr. Janis, does that address your concerns?
Mr. Kellum just phrased it. It was on the website. However, based on my interpretation, and I'm not a lawyer, based on what Mr. Desai said tonight, since it was not on the regular day or night, which I believe is the 4th Monday of every month, it would be considered a special meeting. It was,
Yes, sir.
No place wasn't mentioned as a special meeting, and it's also supposed to have the specific purpose.
Yes, sir. I'm asking you, looking forward from what you've heard, is that a workable plan as a committee member? Not what happened before, whether it's right or wrong.
If you can't meet on the regular day, if it's announced as a special meeting with a purpose, I'm okay with that.
Thank you. All right. Let's move on then. Next topic.
Give you some update on some roads projects. If you've been up and down Kugler Mill, it looks very nice. Surface course is on. Temporary striping is on. They're obviously out of specs on temperature to do the thermoplastic, but they did get it striped. It looks very good. I think it's been a nice project, a great enhancement for the township. The only thing really that's left that they're working on now is the setting of the new lights and poles at the intersection.
It looks wonderful.
There is a small punch list that doesn't have a lot of detail in it, but all in all, I think it turned out very nice.
Turned out awesome.
It really
looks great.
Besides that, the Dillonville Culvert project was also completed yesterday, as a matter of fact, so those are 2 projects that have been done. If you remember, the culvert project, like our road project this year, was part of the 25% funds of the non-encumbered TIF, so that had to be completed by the end of the year, and that was done. So they look very nice. They did it. That was done by Ford Development, and they did a great job. And with Ford Development, they are planning on starting a water main installation on the Larchview project as early as next week. They've already been in taking down trees along the road due to the storm sewer work, the curb work, and the under drain work. The trees in the right-of-way had to be removed. So that is being done as we speak. And I believe next week they're going to start on the water main, which will be the first project, if Duke ever gets the gas work done. I mean, we've still got holes out there that have plates on them that have been there for 6 months. Other than that, we're up to our eyeballs in leaves.
Hey, and that raises a question I've asked you each year, I think, too. The residents keep asking me, can we go another week beyond the week of the 13th?
We are probably going to go to the end of that week, with the 18th being the last day, not due to the fact that leaves are still falling, because leaves will still be falling in January.
Right.
but to the fact that we have had a very hard time with labor this year. You know, as you know, it's temporary labor this time of year because we don't have enough guys to do everything that we do and pick up leaves, and they just cannot find people that want to work.
Well, if we go until the end of that week, if someone has leaves picked up on Monday the 13th, are they going to get another pass through their neighborhood, do you think, then, during that week, or not?
No way.
I
There's no way.
seriously doubt it.
Okay, so people, in other words,
Or we'll be picking them up forever.
still get it out by 7 a.m.
As
on
you
Monday
know,
the
we may get
13th.
snow tonight.
Oh, I know.
We've already got trucks
Yeah.
ready for that, so.
I've had a few residents ask me,
We
though,
have to switch
so,
our trucks back and forth.
all right, so everybody should still get it out by 7 a.m.
Get
on
it
Monday
out
the
By
13th.
the 13th, and we'll pick them up through the end of the week.
Okay, all right. Okay, I had to
We
ask.
can't be at every
I know.
address on one day.
For a fee, we'll come get them, though, right?
No, we will not.
All right, what else have you got, Tracy?
That's all I have.
All right, well, I will add, as Mr. Early said earlier, too, yeah, our guys who have been out there are working really hard at that, so.
Oh, yeah,
Pass on
they're
thanks
working
from the
very
board for
hard.
that, yeah.
They really are.
And with the snow coming now, they're gonna be
Yeah.
working hard at that, so. All right, any questions for Tracy from anybody? Mr. Genn, did you have a
One
question?
fast one. So I guess the mailboxes are never going back on the other side of Cooper Mill, correct?
Correct.
'Cause that was a little bit of a surprise we adjusted to. So my only question is, because my daughter was right there in Cooper, is that I put in a request for some signage because they're having a hard time getting deliveries at their house because it threw off people, you know, for Amazon and stuff. So I asked for a couple to put in my thing for the signage posts and stuff. Are they gonna turn around pretty soon so we can put that out in the yard? So I'm just
I'll
asking.
defer to the chief on that one.
Yeah, we can, you already put a request
I
in?
put 2 in for my
I'll check
empty
on it tomorrow.
mile across the street.
What was your
Okay.
address?
Confusing.
Yeah.
What was your address?
4951 Kugler.
And let me just note for the record, in case the microphone didn't pick you up out there, that the question had to do with mailboxes only being on one side of Kugler Mill Road now after the construction and how to mark signage for deliveries and so forth. So, thank you. All right. Tracy, I wanted to thank you also. I know somebody had questions about a crosswalk on Plainfield as part of the work going on there to get to the park safely, and you responded to that very quickly. Thank you. And just so everyone knows, there will be a crosswalk in there with flashing lights. Is that correct? And an
That
island
is
in the middle.
correct.
Very good.
That's part of our Plainfield Road project with the road diet.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on then, planning and zoning report. Mr. Miller.
Okay, first item I have is just some internal business. Let me pull this up here. I have 3 members of my zoning boards whose terms are going to be expiring at the end of this year. Mr. Roger Friedman, chairman of the Zoning Commission, who is by the end of this year he'll be serving over 23 years. He is interested in another term, and then our 2 alternates, one for BZA, one for Zoning Commission. That's Mr. Michael Schwartz, alternate for BZA, and Mr. Bill Swanson, alternate for Zoning Commission. They've served for a little over a year and 2.4 years respectively. And all I need is a motion.
Are they interested in staying on?
All members have been have had a phone call. They are all interested in re-upping.
Skylar, you might want to look at the 12/1/1998. I was on planning and zoning at that time, and Roger was not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you
Okay.
might want to double check that. I don't think he has 23 years experience.
We're not giving him extra vacation days for
All
after
right, good
years
to
or
know.
anything.
Just want to correct it.
Well, no,
Clean it
thank
up.
you. We'll double check that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say I'm very happy with all of them here, and Mr.
they've
Friedman
done a great
especially
job.
does an excellent
I
job.
like them all.
So just out of curiosity, Mr. Barrick, I think he's our longest standing.
Yes, that would be correct.
Zoning member. Okay, so
We
that's
served together.
accurate. Okay. All right, we'll double check that number. That's the number I had on file.
All right, well, for reappointment, do we need a separate motion as to each, Mr. Desai, or can one collective one, Duke?
I think why don't we do a separate one for each board?
All right.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we re-up Roger Friedman and Bill Swanson on zoning commission for an additional term.
I'll second that, and I understand that's as to their current respective positions as a member and
Yeah,
alternate.
I was going to say, so a regular member is a 4-year term, alternates are 1 year at a time.
Okay, so let's just do it separately.
Yeah,
I'd
do it separately
I'd
then.
like to make a motion to approve an additional term for Roger Friedman as, on the zoning commission.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarbera?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye. I'd like to make a motion to approve Bill Swanson as an alternate on the zoning commission for an additional term.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarbera?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye. I'd like to make a motion to approve an additional term for alternate Mr. Schwartz on BZA.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarbera?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
I'd like to thank all three of them for their service on the board. We certainly appreciate it.
Absolutely. We're certainly blessed to have them all. Let's see here. Internally, both Zoning Commission and BZA were canceled for lack of an agenda this month. After speaking with Mr. Warwick and based on the number of meetings that we had tonight, we obviously did not hold our public hearing for the land use updates or the text amendments. Those have been kind of punted to the next meeting, the last meeting of the year. So those will be properly advertised, and those documents are coming your way. So they are already on the website, and we'll make a push to remind everyone that they're out there. So we're not hearing any responses. There's not a lot of public outcry, good or negative, in regards to these documents. I think everybody's just ready to have new documents. So let's see. And last but not least, just a port update. The port plans to close on the Carousel and Drake properties this Thursday, December 9th. They have already started working with an engineering firm for surveying and environmental studies. Of course, since they don't have the properties yet, they haven't been on site, but they are, they do have that contract in place. They're hoping to have a demolition permits in hand before the end of the year, and the demolition planning is already underway. So I think we're expecting a first quarter 22 to have those buildings down.
That's good news.
Great.
Yep. So I'm in constant contact with them. They're giving me regular updates. There's a new point of contact with the port that's been handed off because it's now an active project for them.
Chief, how many more fires do you think we'll have before they take it down?
I guarantee you it'll be at least 2 more.
No ideas.
Oh, boy.
We have an open under?
We still got unburnt walls.
All right, anything else, Mr. Miller?
They did also say that they wanted to know if there was any cleanup we wanted them to do ahead of the demo. I basically said, don't waste your time. It's just, it's a dumping ground. What I would prefer them to do is secure the building and secure the site. So as soon as they, also this month, they will be at least boarding up some of the rougher areas and also chaining all access points.
Great.
So obviously can't guarantee that that's going to take care of Chief's issues, but they are trying.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, anything else?
That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Law Director report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. I think most of my stuff is at the end of the agenda under executive session. I would like to note that when we get to that, I'd like to add one other item there. We did have a legal brief come through in a case today that we have been dealing with since 2016. So I'd like to amend that at the end to say not just imminent litigation, but also pending litigation.
Imminent and pending litigation?
Imminent and pending. We get the best of both worlds tonight.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next, we have the administrator report. Mr. Warwick.
All I have is 13 resolutions. 12 of them are just year-end normal stuff. The first one has to do with another a resolution that would make us part of the class action, if you will, opiate case. We've already done one of these a few weeks ago. I guess that was associated with a different drug company. And so the Ohio Township Association and others are saying, please sign up, because if we don't get enough people to sign up, then it can't move forward, and Ohio may not get some of the settlement. I'll read the resolution. Resolution reaffirming the material terms of the One Ohio subdivision settlement as it pertains to Janssen/Johnson & Johnson pursuant to the One Ohio Memorandum of Understanding and consistent with the terms of the July 21st, 2021 National Opioid Settlement Agreement, and dispensing with a second reading and declaring an emergency.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
Thank you. The next resolution is the annual appropriations resolution, which is the expense part of the budget for 2022. The revenues part, or the tax budget, was approved in July. I sent the board some spreadsheets on the whole roll-up of it. This is all now loaded in the new accounting system. I guess a couple of the highlights of this particular budget, or our objective for 2022. We're using less of the reserves out of the JEDs, albeit though we are still going to be eating into those reserves, but at a much lesser volume in 2022. And the other area that I think the board will have to be aware of and have some conversation about at some point is that the fire department is running real thin with respect to revenue coverage for the cost of the current fire department. The budget that's before you or this evening, though, the fire department still will end the year with a reserve. Any other questions about this or comments? The resolution reads, a resolution adopting appropriations for calendar year 2022 and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
Thank you. The next is a resolution that establishes financial policies. We're making no changes, it's just that we do it every year. And this says that all purchase orders, even irrespective of what's been appropriated, any purchase order above $5,000 must come before this board, and any purchase order greater than $2,500 or between those two numbers has to be signed off by the administrator. Resolution reads, a resolution establishing financial policies for the approval of purchase orders in 2022, dispensing with a second reading and declaring emergency.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
Thank you.
It does.
This is also a resolution that we have enforced this year, and every year it should be renewed. And this gives the ability for a finance department to pay certain items that are just routine or on some kind of a time frame that they can go ahead and do that without the approval of the board. Any money that's spent in this area, of course, has already been appropriated by the board, and the spending would be reported in the disbursements at the next regular board meeting by Mr. Porter. Resolution reads, A resolution authorizing the disbursement of checks for payroll, payroll-related withholdings, and expenses and other expenses in 2022, dispensing with a second reading and declaring an emergency.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
Next is a simple resolution that allows us to be member of CLOUT, or the Coalition of Large Ohio Urban Townships. We pay dues to them, and they like the dues to be accompanied with a resolution. A resolution authorizing membership in the Coalition of Large Ohio Urban Townships and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
Next up, every year we ask, we request that the county auditor be able to make advance payments on the property taxes. This is just to set it up that we are making the request. I don't think we've had to follow through on this in a few years, because we don't really have to ask, but this sets it in motion. If we felt that we needed an advance on our revenue, we could ask. The resolution reads, a resolution requesting the county auditor to make advance payments of taxes and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
Once again, an annual resolution that allows us to pay dues to associations, like the Center for Local Government is one. There's a Ohio Township Association, Hamilton County Township Association, and to be able to do that for the elected officials and township staff that accordingly, depending on which of the associations they are. The resolution reads, a resolution authorizing payment for association dues and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
We also have a resolution every year to set the mileage allowance for township employees and the reimbursement expenses. We don't have what the mileage, federal guideline for mileage is going to be yet, because the federal government hasn't given it to us yet, but this resolution would set that in place. A resolution establishing mileage allowance for township employees, providing for a reimbursement of expenses, and dispensing with second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
I have to. Excuse me. We always do a resolution to set the fiscal officer's salary and benefits. These are all by statute, Ohio statute. A resolution setting the township fiscal officer's salary and benefits, dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
We will do the same thing for the trustees. Once again, their pay and benefits are set by the ORC. A resolution providing for compensation to the township trustees and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
Excuse me. Fiscal officer and trustees also get a life insurance that's dictated by the ORC. And the resolution reads, a resolution providing for insurance benefits to the township trustees and fiscal officer and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber.
Aye.
Mr. James.
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
The next one has to do with the, they call it a faithful performance. When we switch to the OTARMA insurance, we no longer have to buy bonds for one price, which is like $660 a year. This particular thing will cover the fiscal officer level, which is by state law has to be $250,000. But for the single 660, we can include the trustees, we can include the administrator, the road superintendent, the zoning inspector, and the finance office person, all for one price. And they need a resolution to go along with us if we want to do this. A resolution adopting a policy to allow the use of an employee dishonesty and faithful performance of duty coverage document, dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
And finally, the resolution that sets the trustee dates and times. There were no changes. We're still calling for meetings to be on first and third Tuesdays. A resolution setting trustee meeting dates and times and dispensing with a second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? And I realize I neglected to note for the record that Trustee-elect Tracy Schwegman is here in the crowd today also. So welcome to the meeting. You've been here the whole time. But just to confirm, you're good with these times too, correct? She is. All right. Mr. Porter?
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
And also, Ms. Schwegman is listed on the faithful performance list. Excuse me. We have some large POs. And since I'm losing my voice, Tracy will go over them with you.
They're on the board.
Okay, so these are all purchase overs over $5,000. PO number 759-2021. Vendors, the Ohio Treasurer for the CB13L loan payment, $37,490.17. 768-2021, the Jefferson Health Plan for fire health care, $116,730.50. 788-2021, Cintas Fire for the alarm system, $32,879. 793-2021, to PAR Public Safety Equipment, which is equipment for the 2021 Tahoe, $6,676.06. Number 794-2021, also to PAR Public Safety Equipment, which is equipment for the 2021 Chevy Silverado, $6,821.23. 795-2021, vendors, the Knox Company. This is for Knox boxes. It's $11,821. 796-2021 to River City Body, which is fold-away cargo shelving, $10,933. 811-2021, Restroom Direct, touchless drinking fountains, $14,723.58. 822-2021, Joseph Chevrolet, 2022 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, $47,935. 823-2021, Velicor LLC phone upgrades, $26,500. At 826-2021, Bureau of Workers' Compensation 2022 policy for $98,790. Now 811, 822, 823, those are all out of CARES Act money. Chief, or any of the other ones up there?
For CARES Act? No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, you said 822, 823, and which one?
11.
11, 22, 23, you say? no, not
11,
26.
22, and 23.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, those are the only CARES Act ones.
Yep.
Motion to approve purchase orders over $5,000.
And a second.
Any discussion? And I'll just note the list for the record quickly then: 759, 768, 788, 793, 794, 795, 796, 811, 822, 823, and 826 are the PO numbers. Mr. Porter, will you call the roll?
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
We have nothing else.
But
Do
you
we,
have your
Tracy?
voice back.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm glad you only had a few things for us tonight there. Fiscal Officer Report. Mr. Porter.
Yes, we have receipts of $748,970.31, disbursements of $457,668.30. A complete listing of all receipts and disbursements is available in the packet.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Porter.
Mr. LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr.
Oh,
Weedman?
aye.
Oh,
Aye, aye.
wrong Tom. All right. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Trustee comments. Mr. Weedman.
All I have is for, again, we've already talked about this tonight, but the crew doing the leaves are doing a fantastic job. Tracy, pass on our thanks to them. And that's really all I have.
Mr. LaBarber.
And I'll share Tom's sentiment. Thank you very much. You guys did a great job. Have fun in my house. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome. I'll pass that along.
And I'll share that sentiment too. A week or two ago, I was able to go to an event sponsored by the Coalition of Large Urban Townships, or CLOUT, which is one of the things we approved membership in tonight. It was very valuable. It was a discussion on ways to try to spend some of this use it or lose it federal money raining down on us. And that's a valuable resource, as are some of the other things we belong to. So I thought I'd mention that. And I want to thank Mr. Weedman and his wife Diane for a personal gesture they made in relation to my wife recently that we very much appreciate. So, nope. Thanks for that, and please pass it on to your wife as well. Announcement changes. The Zoning Commission meeting for December 13th and the BZA meeting for December 20th have both been canceled due to lack of agenda, as noted. Check our calendar for other changes and our website for that as well. At this point, I'll move to adjourn into executive session with Law Director Deepak Desai, as permitted by Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22, to consider the employment, discipline, and compensation of public employees or officials, to consider the investigation of complaints against a public official, and to discuss imminent litigation, and to discuss pending litigation.
Second.
All
Was
right.
that a motion?
That was a motion.
Second.
Yes. All right.
I would like to also include Tracy Schwegman in, our trustee-elect Tracy Schwegman in on these executive sessions as well.
And to the extent we can, without causing a privilege problem, I'm fine with that. Mr. Desai, if you'll advise us as to when she might need to step out of the room for anything, we will do that. We've got a variety of things here. We'll take a quick break first before we do it. We need to vote to go into session, of course. And there will be different people in each of these. So do I need to state on the record who's in what in doing this as part of the motion?
Yeah, let's, so we've got one invite from Ms. Schwegman,
Mhm.
and then who else are we inviting in?
To the broadest grouping of these, Mr. Warwick, Mr. Kellums, you, the three trustees, Mr. Porter, and we need Mr. Miller for the litigation that we're looking at.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Miller as well. And then we'll reduce from that as needed for various sessions within this. So, Mr. Porter, will you call the roll as to
Mr.
executive session?
LaBarber?
Aye.
Mr. James?
Aye.
Mr. Weedman?
Aye.
All right, it is 8:41 p.m. We are adjourning into several executive sessions, and we shall return.
That's not bad. I'm glad with you.
Yeah. Blame somebody. Blame the lawyer.
Exactly.
Isn't that how it always
They've
works?
got such big targets on their back.
Well, it's bound to be a lawyer's fault. There's three of them here.
So, Elliot, are we good? We are good. All right. It is 10:59 p.m. still on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. We have returned from executive session considering several matters. Mr. Porter, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. LaBarbera,
Here?
Mr. James,
Here.
Mr. Weedman.
Present.
We have two further things to discuss here. First of all, the board will be holding a special meeting on Thursday, December 9th at 3:30 p.m., was it, I believe?
3:30.
3:30 p.m. to discuss, to conduct an executive session to discuss the, sorry, let me make sure I state this right.
The employment of a public employee.
Thank you. To discuss the employment of a public employee under Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22, is it? Yes. All right.
Excuse me, is that this Thursday at 3:30?
This Thursday at 3:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Same time, or, sorry, yeah, 3:30. So, and public notice will be going out about that, but the board wanted to get out notice as quickly as possible. Also, I understand there's one other agenda item that wasn't on there earlier among the 13 resolutions Mr. Warwick had. There were supposed to be 14. I'd move we consider that item as well, if we can have that presented.
Okay, so we should have a motion to amend the agenda to consider an additional resolution. That is a resolution retaining the law firm of Donnelly Miller as legal counsel and retaining Deepak Desai, an attorney with Donnelly Miller, as the township law director, dispensing with the second reading. So we should have a motion to add that to the agenda.
I move that we add that to the agenda as described by Mr. Desai.
And I'll second that.
Any discussion? And may I see it, since I haven't actually seen it? So this is for calendar year 2022. Is this the same as the current rate, by the way?
Correct.
Okay, so $245 per hour, and retaining Mr. Desai as the law director. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from anyone?
Well, that's just to amend the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we need to
So you
vote
need to
on
present
that.
this. All right, so,
So we need to vote on the motion to amend.
okay, so, Mr. Porter, we have a motion to amend? Call the roll,
Has it
please.
been seconded? I'm sorry.
It was seconded by Ms.
Okay.
LaBarbera.
Oh, Mrs. LaBarbera,
Aye.
Mr. James,
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
Aye.
All right, now we have the resolution to present.
A resolution retaining the law firm of Donnelly Miller as legal counsel and retaining Deepak Desai, an attorney with Donnelly Miller, as the township law director and dispensing with the second reading.
I move that we approve the resolution.
I'll second it.
Any discussion as to that? All right, Mr. Porter, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. LaBarbera,
Aye.
Mr. James,
Aye.
Mr. Weedman.
No.
All right.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
It is 11:02 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you.